Welcome in Phantom to Jappy. Welcome in hoodie_23.
Hello, hello, and welcome to another episode of Ace Attorney with Domm. We're going to be starting a new case today. Turnabout Storyteller is what it's called. And it's supposed to be a pretty short one, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see what this little story is about. I kind of feel like it's going to establish more of the overall plot, I assume. But anyways, hello, Chocopee and Hoodie. Good to see both of you, my Ace Attorney friends. Thanks for coming by, guys. I hope you guys are having a good day. How you guys doing? What you guys up to tonight? And I hope you're ready for some Ace Attorney. Oh, I forgot to get my pedals ready. Let me grab those. Hey, Loki, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? I'm streaming, buddy. I'm streaming, buddy. Where you at? Puppy dog. Alright, get my pedals going. Make sure my voices are working. Is it? I think they're working. I'm not hearing the noise, though. There we go. The inner voice should be on now. Yeah, I think it's working. And we got the screen change is working. Cool. Okay. Sorry, I usually do that before I get started. But without further ado, shall we? Episode 4, Turnabout Storyteller. Oh, let's see if the audio's going. It's not. Okay, so let me just load state so we can get the audio, because we want the audio for this. I forgot to do that as well. Gosh darn it, Domm. Let's see, I just gotta reset the NDI. Where is the NDI? Is it even going? What? I'm confused. It looks like the NDI is not even going on this side, but you wouldn't even have seen that if it wasn't working. Okay, hold on. Troubleshooting stream. I hope I don't have to restart my whole computer, but I might have to. Let me check Task Manager really quick. See, it's like it has to be going because you can see that the Task Manager just popped up. So obviously the NDI is working, but the icon is not there, so I can't turn it off. Where are you at, my dude? Sorry, guys. There it is. NDI screen capture and task. I found it in Task Manager, so that should be our fix. Start it back up. Are we back up? Not yet. Okay, yeah, there we go. We are back live. And let me restart the audio engine to make sure we got game audio. There we go. We should have game audio. Cool. Alright, now let's get started. You're watching a big argument in some gaming group chats? Oh, what was the subject? I'll lie back the entire cutscene. Hell yeah, dude. Was he eating nothing?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it?
What is he doing?
9, 10.
What? He looked like he had like a folding fan and he was pretending he was eating noodles? What? Shishiho's dead? No. Do you think he did it? Oh no! If he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry. I have an idea. Oh, spooky. So that means somebody's gonna try to fake something, huh? You had an idea. Whoever it was got him from behind, so the seance stance are... Oh, whoa. We're back here. There's no seance stances here. I assumed we were gonna be in Calrain again. That's probably why this is a short one, because we're back in California, UK land. All right. May 13th, 9:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 6. Oh, it's Athena sneaking, huh?
What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client.
Okay, is Widget going to be a big part of this one? I need to get that button ready.
He's late. He's late for a very important date.
I should hotkey that one.
My name is Athena Sykes.
Someone cheeses a game and then another insulted them lots. What? Wow. Come on, dude. And someone joined up with a rude bully. People are all blame each other. That's so crazy, dude. Like, there's nothing wrong with cheesing in a game, dude. That's crazy. I cheese games all the time. I'm proud of it, dude. I don't think I'm like the greatest gamer when I do it, but it works. You know, I guess it all depends on maybe how you deliver it. But that sounds like the internet, I'll say that.
Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of the Write Anything Agency. Though I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start.
It appears we made it just in time. Who's this?
Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon.
Simon? Oh, it's Simon. Blackwell. What was it? I gave him like a gravelly voice, right? You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait.
There's no way he'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate?
Dealing with such matters is a part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not.
Still, but a rank amateur, I see.
This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak. But he's kind of my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time.
So, where are Right Dono and Justice Dono?
Mr. Wright is abroad, and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you?
They're what? So neither one of them are here? Leaving you to take this on alone?
Yep.
Ye gods. Call Right Dono back. It's not too late.
Oh, no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport.
Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here.
Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery.
As your defense derails in spectacular fashion.
No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is...
Yes, he's asleep again. Hoy, Bucky, wake up. Yeah! Ow! What'd you do that for, Simey? Bucky, huh? All over game, I know they are all adult, but act like children. Yeah, that just sounds like children behavior, or childish behavior. I think Phoenix can teleport if he tries hard enough. Yeah, it feels like it sometimes. I mean, isn't that how we were always moving from place to place when we do the move action? Well, the Trucy's magic here probably getting sliced in half right now. Yeah, didn't she say she wanted to do that? Or was it, I think maybe Athena wanted to see that happen to him or something like that. Who's this yellow chickadee? She is your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She sure doesn't look it, does she?
Is she like your fellow apprentice or something?
Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another.
Oh, okay. Well then, sheesh. I better call him Ms. Chickadee then.
Ms. I'm so bad when they do the hardcore, like, slang or accents or whatever. It's like, I'm already dyslexic, dude.
Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind on his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind.
Do as you will. Just save it for after the trial.
Ms. Chickadee.
Don't call me that.
How do you do? Simon here's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba. Wet noodle number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes.
Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid he's taken a toll on the poor boy.
And you happened to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo Storyteller murdered in his dressing room.
Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller Taifu Tornado. Taifu Tornado? Tornado Typhoon? Taifu Tornado? I don't know, you might have to tell me on that one. Was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. Wet Noodle number 3. So they all just have numbered noodle names? I'm just picking that up now.
I see. So the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh?
So where's the motive?
That stupid old fart. Like a father. Nah, way. He was always tissing my soba.
How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now, pull yourself together, number 3. Must be rolling, or pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. Gotta read that one right.
But Simon, the police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to me.
It looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be all right. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now.
You mean, you believe me, ma'am?
Of course. No matter what, I'll believe you to the very end.
Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee.
Now come on. I need you to shape up, just like those al dente noodles of yours.
Yeesh, ma'am. My soba is the finest.
Mr. Wet!
Bucky, you great big pillock.
So, how exactly do you know this guy?
I used to frequent Wet Soba, and I still do, in fact, so I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado are always so good to me. We're always so good to me.
I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon.
I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour.
Hey, that's just rude.
But I digress.
I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff.
If I let Wet Soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life.
Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust.
It was never my intention to ask you.
I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine.
Well, I believe it's just about time.
What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet.
What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out.
I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Off gets, let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wheat. Get up off the floor. We've got a case to win.
Yeah, what the hell is Simon got on sandwiches? I love sandwiches, dude.
Yeesh, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Is that his phone?
Wet soba.
Yellow, 2 bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir. No can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this.
He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere?
Let me rest. Huh. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba. And you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. Ooh!
He's blacked out.
Oh boy. I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he's talking about?
First, buckwheat seeds, or grouts, are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten.
Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure.
Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I'll be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter.
There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for any help anyway. Just you wait, Simon. I'll show you.
Is this detective game or cooking lesson, right? That's what I was just thinking. It's like, I guess the way the noodles are cooked is going to be something that we're going to have to remember. Because it's not a piece of evidence. It didn't go in the court record, right? But they did say it to us, and they had, like, the orange word of fresh. So I think that's interesting. Definitely going to have to remember that for something, I guess.
Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here. But that's all right. I can do this on my own.
Hey, Papa with the resub. What's that, 39 months? Hell yeah. Mask to Mask did it, dude. Hell yeah. Mask to Mask. I feel like that was one of the first, like, double pun ones. Mask to Mask. Just like Temple. I will say I did like Mask to Mask. Maybe that's why I would just like Temple felt like a redo of Mask to Mask. Maybe that's part of why I didn't like that. Yeah, welcome in, Papa. How you doing, dude? What you up to tonight? May 13th, 9:50 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. So when did this happen? How is he... Sadmati's back in the States or whatever, wherever this land is? Japana, California, England, land, island. Happy Wednesday. Here to enjoy that story. Nice, dude. Trying Bolt Gun. It came to Game Pass. Ooh, Bolt Gun, huh? That one doesn't sound familiar. I'll have to check that one out. Sweet. I love new Game Pass games. I feel like I haven't been trying as many new games lately for some reason. Been playing a lot more Final Fantasy 14 lately. Warhammer 40k Boomer Shooter. Oh, okay. That's cool. That'll be interesting. I'll have to check that out.
What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Sadmati.
That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby.
How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country?
Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell.
What the hell, dude?
If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I am qualified and capable attorney.
I am a qualified and capable attorney. I think I fucked that up.
Then what is that yellow attire if not a proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick?
Jeez, dude. What the hell? He's talking shit over here.
Now, cease your shrill chirping.
Now, Prosecutor Sadmati. She's still only a teenager. Please go easy on her.
Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment.
Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor?
Yes. I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, please give your opening statement.
I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me.
Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence.
I think Warhammer is just tabletop games with mini statues. Is it computer games also? Yeah, it's a whole series. It's actually like a universe, I think. And the games take many different forms. So like the video games have all sorts of genres. It seems like. And so yeah, it sounds like this Bolt Gun is a boomer shooter version of it. But yeah, they do have the tabletop ones. I assume it started there, but I think there's even books too, maybe. There may have been like books along with it as well. It's like a whole universe, I think. And there's Warhammer, and then there's Warhammer 40k, maybe? That could be wrong. I'm not very knowledgeable of it, but I have noticed it.
The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th. At a Storyteller's theater called Kudu Kudu Tei. The victim was a great master of the Tonido school of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tonido. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door.
Backstage diagram added to the court record. Diagram of the backstage area showing the location of the stage, the dressing room, and the yard. Yeah, okay, yeah, there was books. Okay, tabletop RPG games, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Games Workshop, the owners of Warhammer 40k, give out the license to a lot of people to make things, some good, some very bad. Yeah, that's cool that they do that, though. I do like that. And okay, so there is Warhammer 40k. Okay, I thought that was two different things. Is there a dog? Is there a dog where? Is there in the game or what? You're talking about Loki? The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon.
Hey, Loki. Loki. Hey, buddy. Chat says hi, Loki. Good boy. You sleepy?
Yeah, he's a sleepy baby. In the game, there's a dog kennel in the yard. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, maybe yeah. I didn't even see that. Nice. Yoji Warhammer is like elves and shit. 4Gamer, 40k is like space elves and shit. Nice. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like 40k. Is that like the year that it takes place in or something? Then. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Crime scene report. The crime scene, or sorry, the crime. Yeah. I was reading it fine. What the hell? The crime took place in the theater dressing room. Master Toanito was found with his face thrust into a large soba bowl. Taifu's autopsy report. The time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation.
Prosecutor Sadmati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't even know how the victim was killed, or even with what?
While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue.
I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present.
Now, would the accused care to plead his case?
Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes?
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary.
Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court.
Great. He's turning off on the wrong foot already.
Mr. Wet is the head chef of the soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there.
Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room is a bit much, non?
Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable.
And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. The Wet Soba deed found in the victim's possession. It's the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Bucky Wet. Huh. Interesting, but he had the physical copy of it for some reason.
A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive.
We also have alien race names, but they have space elves, space orcs, especially the bugs from Starship Troopers, and so much lore. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's super heavy on the lore. That's always the impression I've got. Look how much the animation has changed in these games, right? It's like so much greater in this when they actually started to incorporate 3D models so that they could do like camera moves and stuff, which was really cool. Pretty much where anime's at now, you know, just all animes pretty much do that now. You play Hell Divers also, Papa. You say wet soba, and I'm thinking, who needs a deed for soggy noodles, right? But it's, yeah, it's W-H-E-T. I think it's kind of funny how they did that. It sounds like you're saying wet noodles. Soggy noodles are serious business in Japanifornia. Everybody loves them. We've got Eldoon's noodles, too. Eldoon's noodles.
So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had.
Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case.
Well, you see...
You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You're an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk.
Ah! I'm sorry.
Apollo's a red pepper and now I'm egg yolk? We've only just started and I've already been demoted from spring chick.
I'm ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered.
Someone who was there when the victim's body was found?
Very well. Witness, please take the stand. Oh, Simon? Witness, please state your name and occupation. At least the voice will be easy. Simon Blackwell, prosecutor.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you didn't tell me you were going to take the stand.
There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster.
Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see?
Prosecutor Sadmati, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle this case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I'm simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now. It is the prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research in rakugo last night, and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage, with only a fan and a toweless. And the Rakugo artist tells long, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jugemu instead? It appears you have put a bit of study. I need to make a list of Sadmati insults. Yeah, he actually does have like quite a few. He doesn't stick with like one or two like some of the other people do. Oh, it's just like the vagina monologues. Yeah, just a person, like one person on stage talking. The what? Oh, he's unfamiliar. Don, could you make Don could make a good Rakugo storyteller. You know, I should check out Rakugo stories. That sounds like an interesting thing I'd like to learn about. One thing about like Japanese theater I know about is kabuki theater. I did a report on that in high school once. It's pretty cool too. Show on Broadway, just a one-woman show sitting talking on a stage. Yeah, yeah, it was pretty famous when it first like came out, right, or started. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your Honor's request. Jugimu.
Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial?
Oh, right, of course. I nearly forgot.
Seriously? Of all the things for you to forget.
Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwood, please tell this court what you witnessed.
What Simon saw. Simon sees a moida. I'm glad Baldy's back. Hell yeah. He's better than the other judge. The other judge does have some interesting qualities, I suppose, but Baldy is best. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to the Master Toanito's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Toanito's junior disciple, Uindo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uindo discovered Master Toanito's body.
Now, wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime.
All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as yourself should be able to dispatch with it, right?
Well, yeah, duh.
All right, I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can.
We're gonna press the shit out of him. Cross-examination. Simon says he saw a murder take place. Oh, he said Simon says? I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. Hold it!
Hold it!
Alright, I just do it like Athena.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place?
I went because I had received an invitation from Master Toanito. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple, Unito's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Unito 2, or the second? Unito 2? Electric Boogaloo?
So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name?
You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when the artist inherits a predecessor's name.
I see. So there was another Unito Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say?
It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Taifu Toanito was going to perform
Tokisoba, or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba, using only his fan as a prop.
Oh, wow, okay. That explains completely what I was asking at the beginning. Like, what? He's acting like he's eating noodles with his fan? Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. All right, clears that up. Moving on.
And Uindo was to perform Soba Sai, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple, Geiru, followed by Uindo. I don't know how to pronounce these names. I feel like I'm failing a little bit here. And lastly, Master Tornado.
No, as master of observation. Hey, I think you're the master of observation, Hoodie. I think you outdo me sometimes. Invitation. The invitation Simon received from Master Tornado to the show commemorating Uindo's name succession and promotion. Bum, 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 bum. It was a Rakugo show for soba enthusiasts. Yeah, apparently, because it's all about soba, right?
I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived?
I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello.
Hold it! And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him?
I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately, we didn't actually meet.
You didn't see him? Why not?
Geiru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done.
You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room?
Yes. Not just me, but Geiru as well.
In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m.
Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was the Time Soba routine being performed in there.
So that means the victim was killed sometime after that.
Or it was like a recording that he was listening to, like a tape or something. Rakugo Soba mukbang? Dude, yeah, if it's like imaginary soba mukbang, does that have the same appeal? What if the person wasn't actually eating food, they were just pantomiming it? You think people would still be into it? Probably not, right? I don't know. I don't know why people like mukbang.
Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later.
Hold it! Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time.
Geiru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing. When Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things.
What happened after that?
We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came out of the dressing room looking rather irate.
This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes.
I better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast.
Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uindo, apparently then entered the room soon after.
Hold it!
It's working pretty well when I do the voice. Do they still make the mouth noises for the ASMR enthusiasts? Yeah, there you go. That's all it really needs. The mouth shapes and the mouth noises. Is that enough?
What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in?
No, I couldn't.
I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. Oh, I see what you mean. The yard does have like even a dog icon. Or like a little paw. So, Simon, that's Simon? Okay, yeah, so he was around the corner so you couldn't see. Okay. But Gato was right in front of it, so I'm sure he saw it all.
I see. And why do you suppose Undo went to the dressing room anyway?
He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance.
And all disciples are expected to do this?
Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists.
I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room?
Certainly. That's when Undo discovered Master Toanito's body.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
There we go, got it.
And how did Uendo act at the time?
After Undo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room, and Uendo came flying out.
Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time?
No, just Uendo's woeful scream.
I see.
Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Gaidu were in the hallway waiting for Master Toanito, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room. And about 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Toanito went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Gaidu then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is critical testimony indeed. Simon's statement. Simon's eyewitness account of the time of the incident. The moment you acknowledged it working was the moment it decided to stop. Yeah, I know. It's always how it works. I like mukbang, but only crispy, deep-fried foods that make nice noise. Also look so tasty. Yeah, I guess I understand it from that point of view, I guess. Because I do, you know, I have watched... I watch like cooking shows, right? And they eat food, and the food does look delicious. So I guess, is that me enjoying mukbang? Maybe I like mukbang, and I didn't even know it. Does that count? I guess I always thought there was something like naughty about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too in the gutter with this stuff. Like the dude who, yeah, the guy who opens MREs. Yeah. I've watched that before. I just watched Emmy Does It or Emmy Cooks It or whatever. I can't remember her channel name, but she did these interesting. They were like these Asian bowls that had like all you had to do was put water in it, and then it had like a heating element thing inside it and everything, even though it was like a one-time use MRE type thing. But it was like this huge bowl of noodles that you can make, and it looked kind of interesting. I'm not a one-time use and throwaway kind of guy. I'm more of like a reusable guy, but you know, it was interesting to watch. It's kind of like the MRE thing. Yeah, I think it's cool when they have like those things that like cook it inside the package or whatever, like some of those MREs have or whatever. I always think that's an interesting technology or whatever. It's like hot hands, except it's really fucking hot. You know, it's like boiled noodles, dude. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites?
Not on your life. If Window went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime?
Window was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise.
Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here?
Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So, if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself.
This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well.
Athena, this is not how this is supposed to work. I feel like she's really messing it up right now. She's like, come on, just make it easier on me. Prosecutor Jutsu! Prosecutor Blackwell. Watching you collude with the defense is like... Wait. Watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. So we don't actually, like, catch him on anything there?
Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I've got this.
Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You, half-boiled, putrid egg yolk.
Ew, I object to the notion that I am a gooey, smelly mess.
Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time, he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Geiru Tornado. Oh, it's this case. It's the clown girl, right? Everybody went crazy over the clown girl. Wasn't that like a meme like 6 months ago? This is the case that she's from? There it is. Well, now we get to figure that part out. Please state your name and occupation, witness. I don't even know what kind of voice I'm going to use for him.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School of Twist. And balloon. There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado. Just call me Geiru, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon.
There it is. That was the animation. Oh, am I freaking you out, dog? I'm sorry you don't like that voice. You alright, Loki? Loki got up for that voice. He's like, what the hell are you doing? She can twisty twist my balloon. Well. Right? How you doing, buddy? Good boy, Loki. Good boy. He needs to get petted. Sorry, the dog needs a little attention. And it's a good boy, buddy.
Well, what a way to capture your audience's attention. It certainly captured mine. Hubba, hubba, yowza.
Kind of dog is okay. Honestly, I don't know. I think it might be some sort of mix. I'd have to. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm not very good with dog breeds. Some people know like every dog breed. I know like a couple. He's like a medium-sized dog. And he's the goodest boy. Oh, Loki, he good boy. He says, "Yep, that's me." He's a good boy.
I dare say I can't take my eyes off of those balloons, yowza.
Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please.
Yes, very much so. Is that an OnlyFans or what?
And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor.
Loki, I'm streaming. I can't play, buddy, but I'll hold on to it.
Anyway, Gidu.
yeah, the good boy kind. Yeah, that's definitely it's the same breed as Nelson. Then hell yeah.
I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad. But Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile, smile, smile. With a twisty twist twist. And balloon. There you have it. One gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do.
Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severed monster head.
Gidu, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school?
Loki, what are you doing? He's climbing up on my lap. You're too big to be on my lap, Loki. What the hell? Hey, buddy.
Well, my father, my late father, that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see.
I think it's the voice. He just like he's getting all excited. I guess it's weird. Machine really Domm is only a solution, right? Yeah.
So I joined the Toyonito school to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shinso, our master, but that Bucky Wet. Ooh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible.
Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss.
And not only that, but he... You have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent.
How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. What an asshole. I think you smell great.
Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Gidu's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember?
It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, Defense. Now then, Gidu, please share the truth with this court.
Yes, Gidu. Your testimony, please.
I'm wondering if he needs to go out. I should probably take him out really quick. Or see if, oh no, he's just eating. Okay. I thought he was up by the the door, but I think he's just eating. Just didn't want him to need to go out. After the trial, the judge asked for a perfume-scented balloon. Can I have a look at those balloons a little closer? You expose your brother for use baby voice with Loki. I do the same. You'd remind me of the magic show twins. Too sweet on top, must be evil beneath. Yeah, exactly. Like the yeah, you're talking about the bunny girl and the bat girl. Hell yeah, that was pretty fun. I liked how that whole reveal and everything of Bonnie and her sister, and the character design was a lot of fun. I think that they had some of the best animations for those two.
From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., blaze it, when Shiso's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room.
Wow, her and Simon next to each other would look so weird. They're like polar opposites, dude.
Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugimu was barking like mad.
Jugimu was the name of the Rakugo story that Nayuta was going to perform, so that's also the name of the dog that was there. That's interesting. Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to the witness's testimony? No. Tisk. Make up your bloody mind, sad monk Sadmati. First you exorcise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul.
Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadmati. And I just might have to an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what you are asking Prosecutor Blackwell so what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with.
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Karianism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes-Dono.
Well, I won't let either of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadmati see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot. I want to keep this clown lady in here as long as we can. In the hallway at 4:20, lighting it up. Yeah, they were. Blazing.
From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m. when Shiso's body was found.
Hold it! Were you smoking?
So the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? But 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know? Isn't that right, Simon?
Yes. Yidu and I can both confirm that Master Tuanito still lived at around 4 p.m.
Oh, yeah. You can, can't you? See? Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room.
Hold it!
The fact that the two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Or are you insinuating that I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? No, of course not. I saw everything, I tell you. Fine.
So you say anyway. But did you really?
Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Hold it! Only the defendant and Uendo entered around the time of the murder? That's right. That's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shishu.
See, Shishu? Yeah, Shishu. Okay, that's what she said.
Someone's
what?
at the front door.
Someone's at the front door. Who's at the front door? And then no one's there? Hey, Loki, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. I don't know why you're freaking out. Loki, it's okay, buddy. I think I may have just gotten something delivered or something. I think my brother said he was gonna have a delivery, so that's probably what it is. Let me go get that really quick and calm down the dog, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. You little cutie.
Watch Zelda become a legend on your Nintendo Entertainment System.
Zelda! After us! Which way to go? Good time. Pee hands! Reverse! Zelda! Zelda! Zelda!
The Legend of Zelda. A never-ending adventure new for your Nintendo Entertainment System.
Zelda!
Guys? Is there a stream happening here? I don't see anybody.
Think. Think, Miles, think! Mr. Keys killed the double. And the murder could only have occurred when the two met face to face. What he had with him at the time must be the real murder weapon.
And I've been saying it for like 20 minutes at least. Edgeworth, listen to me! Listen to Domworth! That's definitely PS1 Hagrid right there. I gotta turn my head just right. Hey, Harry, you're a wizard, Harry. Come on down here and pet Buckbeak. Come here, little wizard Noah. Come here and get closer to me polygons. His mouth is moving like he's trying to say something, but it's delayed like a Godzilla movie. Oh yeah, because it's constantly like he's not ever saying anything.
Let's switch queuing. I'm really lucky to get the opportunity to work down here.
I'm trying to shake her.
Hey,
I'm trying to shake her.
we'll end up working together at
I can't shake her. I can't shake her, dude. And it just slots in just like this. Bloop, 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 bloop. It just done and spinning and spinning and spinning.
Oh man, that's good. That is rich. Nice try, Stella.
Feel like a bird, go up to the tree branch and just let it go. There you go, you know, let it go. I'm like a bird, I'm gonna shit away. Those cheeks. It looks legit like a butt sticking out of his. Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Stella.
I was thinking about it.
That guy has no face.
Last night.
A gun? Can I have it? Well, he must have had man parts because for some reason in that movie, when she has the wolf children, when they conceive the wolf children babies, for some reason he's in wolf form. He's in fucking wolf form while they were doing it to have the wolf children. Why? He can turn into a human. And spinning. You little cutie. I'll see you later. He's too stupid to walk through doors, stupid. Just kidding. I don't know anything about that warehouse. I had nothing to do with the kidnapping after all. What noise do moths make other than their wings and body slapping against? That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, she's making a horrible noise. I'm like, what was it like? It's like, I don't. Is that a fucking moth in there, dude? You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record spinning right round, round, round. I got Gob Chan. Yeah, I bet I can make him twerk it. Check it out. I'll do a mouth twerk as well. Here, we can both do it. Honestly, probably gonna be getting some new hardware for some cooking streams soon. Where did that clapping come from? Did someone play an applause thing? I didn't. Is that a thing? And heal, 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 heal. Oh fuck! God damn it! What? I hit the fucking It's. That's what it is for sure. My guy's like, oh god, please no, guys, I have a family. Oh! Dum do do, dum do do. Objection. Domm right objects to me doing that. No, you thought it was funny. Oh, fist bump? Hell yeah! Dude, it just fist bump and faded me, dude. Did you see that?
If your taco breaks apart when you bite it, try an Ortega taco. Not only won't an Ortega taco break apart, but every crunchy bite has an authentic fresh corn taste. That's because Ortega has corn-thenticity. Corn-thenticity because Ortega's made from real corn, not processed corn flour. Crunch into an Ortega taco. It won't break apart, and it gives you the fresh corn taste of Ortega. Corn-thenticity.
Next, what is the price of a young woman's passion, a father's hate, and a man's greed when their tropical island home becomes a forbidden paradise? Jason Robards. He'll hang for it. Mia Farrow.
Then you'll have to hang me too.
In the story of a man and woman driven by desires they can't control. Forbidden Paradise. Next.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to take the dog out on a little walk, let him relieve himself. But yeah, he's all good to go now. And I had to get the package to him. Okay, where were we? Let me take a drink here. Hydrate. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. And thanks for sticking around. Let's see.
Let's take a deep breath, okay, Gidu? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time? I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else.
There it is. Plenty of water. Thank you very much. I'm Broke Dude. Glad to know you're hanging out too, man. Wet my whistle. I needed it. I did need to drink some more.
I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else.
I must apologize on the lawyer's behalf. Even her memory is that of a spring chick. Please overlook her transgressions as best you can.
Oh, I see. Poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy?
Freaking bird brains.
Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jujumu was barking like mad. Hold it! Jujumu? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist.
How did she do that?
And balloon. There you have it. My cute widow Jujumu. He's kinda creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. And why was Jujumu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember. Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope, the door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec, please.
How many times must I do this?
You saw what Gidu was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before?
I can't be expected to remember every minute detail.
Well, remember them now, please. Did Gidu go out into the yard?
Oh, look at that. Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jujumu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. That was a cool picture. Give me the Konami cheat code.
Give me the cheat code. Come on, Simon. Just slip it to me under the table. Do you recall anything else?
It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. That doesn't mean that you get dumplings, Loki. Jujumu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in the corner of the yard. And that's about all I can remember. Simon's statement updated in the court record.
It looks like Gidu is telling the truth.
Your Honor, I'd like Gidu's last statement added to her testimony.
As you wish, defense.
I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room. Hold it! You know what this means, right, Gidu? You weren't in the hallway the entire time after all, were you? Well, okay, so I did go out into the yard, but it was just for a second. And the yard door was wide open, so I could still see the dressing room the whole time.
The door was wide open, so she could still see the dressing room.
Prosecutor Blackwell, I need you on the stand again, please.
What am I, your lady in waiting?
Do you remember anything about the time Gidu was in the yard?
Simply that Jugamu buried the food and he couldn't finish the food that he couldn't finish in the corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember.
Thank you.
I didn't really need to hear about the dog again, though.
When I finished feeding Jugamu, I returned to the hallway. And then I saw Bucky go into the dressing room. No question about it.
Okay, so around the time of the murder, Guido and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room. Guess I'm going to have to find a flaw in there somehow if I want to get anywhere.
Yeah, it's like musical witnesses, yeah, because they keep going back and forth. It's funny because they're almost like joint witnessing this testimony or whatever. Or joint testifying would be the word. That's the verb.
From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20, since his body was found, Sam and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room.
It has to be something to do with like her being in the yard, right? And maybe what she could see. Let's take a look at the map here. So if she is feeding the dog over here, can she really see straight into the dressing room? It seems a little far-fetched. Well, because this door opens too to block this area, right? Isn't that what this is saying? I feel like that's maybe what we're gonna have to push, maybe? Take a look at the rest of the evidence here, though. We haven't really appreciated everything yet. Let's take a look at this. Got a lot of little details. Looks like he's playing that card game. I can't remember what that's called. Victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. There are. Doesn't really look like he was making soba noodles, dude. It looks like he was playing a card game. I don't know where they're getting that from. Do I just not know how to make noodles? Are there cards involved? Not anytime I've ever seen somebody make noodles. Typhoon's autopsy report. Time of death was between 2 and 5 p.m. The count's death was suffocation. Yeah, I think it's going to be the backstage diagram. That's the only thing I can see any possible contradiction with. And plus, it was what we added, right? So that's like a bit of a hint. Let me go ahead and do a little safety save. And let's see, we are on... I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room. Yeah, because it's be like, well, if the door was wide open, you wouldn't be able to see anything, right? Because the door being wide open means it's blocked somehow. Either way, this door being open or closed is going to block her way to the dressing room. Or line of sight, right? Alright.
Objection! So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes 0 sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony.
Oh? I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. All I can see is her balloons.
I am blind to the contradictions. Would it be the curve or the door? Probably the door. I'll just try the door first. Present!
Gidu was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open.
Ah, I see.
Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Gidu said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way!
But even if there were admittedly a few moments Gidu was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case?
It would greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Ah! Gidu, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? I...
Hide the fact. You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight. Right, witness?
Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all.
Even though she is trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed.
But I wasn't! That wasn't what I was trying to do!
Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I am sure they would agree.
What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. That's not how our court system works.
Are you afraid to find out that they will think ill of you? Or that perhaps you're in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of.
He's right. That was harsh. She didn't have to go that far.
I feel kind of sorry for the witness. And why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, I was just trying to find the truth.
Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sadmati?
The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong.
That lawyer's still in training, isn't she?
I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself.
Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once.
But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on.
As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door. The defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Gidu's testimonies.
Even now, you would continue to resist. You are childish in defeat as well, I see.
I'm not out for the court count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started.
Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push such as with this piece of conclusive evidence.
Conclusive evidence, huh?
That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as karuta, lined up on the table. So they were playing cards. These special English version karuta cards spell out a message. That message, wet number 4.
Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4?
Yes, wet noodle number 4, as the 4th head chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wet.
No!
That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do?
Crime scene report updated in the court record. Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence?
You can say that.
Oh, damn it. Don't interrupt me. I'm reading, Nayuta. It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree?
He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the witness.
I don't know what they actually said.
What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here.
I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here.
Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own?
What good is she doing to anybody? She could just quit now.
Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence.
That Blackwell. He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man.
Simon?
And you fop doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around.
Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around?
The mood in this courtroom is starting to change.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to this spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I'll be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of the impurity and sin. Truly, what a fool you are. To think you were so easily manipulated by this parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable, Athena?
I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again.
Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle.
I'm not girding up anything in this skirt. But I am ready to get serious.
Simon's there to just save the shop. Yeah, he's like, dude, there's just no better place to get soba, dude. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was imprisoned for a long time. And hell sounds no worse than a cell, to be honest. Ah, but the fires of hell would not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. Panda sounds pretty cool. A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule.
A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life.
Who are you calling a panda?
Sorry.
I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Giru, thank you for your service. You may step down now.
Okie dokie. Bye bye, balloon.
I guess she'll be back.
Does everything have to be about balloons with her?
Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards. And who is the witness this time? The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Uindo Tonido. The time has come for that pony-tailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. A pony-tailed pair. I don't know why I couldn't say that. Very well. Let's bring in this witness then. Let's get it over with. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I am a Rakugo storyteller, Uedo Tonido. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words.
Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. Okay, that seems like a weird thing to say, right? Yeah, I'd say people wouldn't get enough of a reverse panda. Yeah, I think that's kind of the punishment, right? Because he's going to be looked at, I guess, was part of it. I don't know.
I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, that'd be a Raku no-no. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
So are like they all like this very eccentric type of storyteller then?
You can't leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself.
Oh, my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment.
Ow! What do you think you're doing?
No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan. Nice one. Oh, why isn't it wait, why if it isn't Simon? How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say?
I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo.
Never performed in a place like this, you know? I got butterflies here, can't you see?
Why do I always get the weird ones?
Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand.
No, I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to Futasume yesterday and received the stage name of Uendo. The show is our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened.
Oh, does he do like the lean one way and he's one character, lean the other way, he's the other character maybe?
I never dreamed something like that had happened. Not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shinso too.
Or Shisho.
Yeah, plus I'm worried about Giru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Uendo, please. As charming as your various characters are, it isn't a Rakugo stage.
Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. Shisho's dying message.
I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see. Hey now, enough with the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. It's like Shisho it's not like Shisho not to write Bucky's name. Wait, it's so like Shisho to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple. Wasn't his style.
Well, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid.
They shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Uendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how can you say that the victim was drowned in soba broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth for the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things, Unedo. So please stick to just the facts. My, it's so like a soba chef to kill someone this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Kurata message he left behind, it's clear Bucky did it.
Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence.
Indeed, it proves the absolute guilt of the accused.
Even I've got to admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back the soba shop deed.
Wait, is he... Are they a tiny person standing on all this stuff? Are they sitting down on something? Is that just like a bunch of pillows they're sitting on? Wait, what's going on there? You should be back to the case at hand unless you have some balloons. Well, unless we want to see that other lady again.
This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something.
That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce.
What do you mean, Simon?
What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help.
I did, and I won't. Thank you very much.
Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I better listen carefully and try to see what he found.
Cross-examination. Shisho's dying message.
I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. Hold it!
Oh yeah, because they sit on pillows, right? Yeah, I guess they did say that earlier. I forgot. Because that's part of it, right? Huh, so he has like a whole mountain of pillows so he can make it up to the the stand, I suppose. Huh?
Wendo, when you saw the cards on the table, what made you think they were Master Tuanato's dying message?
Well, it was a coded message right there next to the body. I'm sure anybody would have thought that they were there to name his killer. I love murder mysteries, and often watch them on TV.
Oh, I see.
I saw a similar scene during a murder mystery marathon last Tuesday. That's what made me think this must be a dying message. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see.
Hold it. The cards were on the table the cards were on the table your master's body was slumped over, right? You must have been surprisingly calm to notice them at the time.
He's a Rakugo artist and he has the pee under the pillow. So if he can feel the pee, he's a princess, right? That's how it works? Isn't that how the Princess and the Pea goes? It's been a while.
As I said, the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss.
But wouldn't it have been more natural to notice the victim rather than the cards?
The message just caught my eye, because the stiff cards are right there next to the stiff.
You keep saying stiff cards, right?
Yes, but the fact hardly seems significant enough to make a person take note of them.
Stiff cards next to the stiff.
So basically, there was no real reason for them to catch your eye, was there?
Hey now, enough with the silly puns already.
Hold it!
Oh, he is 5'4", so he is still a pretty short guy.
That's right. I need to give you your testimony, not perform a scene.
Or I need you to give me your testimony. Is that what she said?
Please remember you're on the witness's stand, not the stage.
But look at all these wonderful people in the audience. It's only natural for an entertainer to want them to have some fun. I guess we can let a few jokes slide, right?
Ah, the inevitable bleeding of your work into other areas of your life. I know how that is. I'm judging everybody all the time. I find myself being unwittingly judgmental in my personal life, too. My wife hates it.
Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well done, Your Honor. Guess we can't judge a judge by his cover.
I advise the defense not to be so critical of the witness. But what was that supposed to mean?
Don't say 5'4" is short. I mean, it's not that short, I guess, right? But it's shorter than average, isn't it? I guess I don't know what average is.
Yes, Your Honor.
His wife must not have such nice balloons.
Much obliged. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky.
Hold it. The cards do spell out wet number 4, which could be interpreted as wet noodle number 4, I guess. I suppose you took this to mean Bucky Wet?
There's only one wet noodle around here, and you've seen that giant 4 on his back. It's the only interpretation that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so. But wait a minute.
What is it?
What if there's another wet noodle in the area? What? Did I say something strange?
Bucky is the sole heir to the shop. So enough with the ludicrous straw grasping.
Hey, how was I supposed to know?
Just listen to the testimony again and find the glaring inconsistency. Oh, is that the whole thing again? I thought you still had like one more. Yeah, he's still got a couple more.
That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. Hold it! So the victim lined up those cards in his final moments?
Yeah, how would he do that while he was drowning in soba broth or being suffocated? He's like, just moving the cards around while the guy's got his hands around his neck, and he's just not trying to save himself, just trying to arrange some cards on the table. That would be bizarre.
How can you be so certain that that's how it went down?
I know Shisho. He would never let someone get the last word on him, even in death. With his face in the soba broth and his consciousness fading away, he left a message that pointed toward Bucky as he left this world. It's the only way it could have happened.
Wait. The only way? Now you're just speculating. Look, a dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in a detective show.
Owendo, we have a saying in my country. Silence is more precious than diamonds. Please do not speak any more than necessary.
But talking is my livelihood, you know. I talk all the time. This and that. Truths and untruths. I can't stop myself from talking.
Hopefully he'll stick to the truths without any of those untruths.
It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Hold it! But don't you think it's strange? Could a dying person really leave such a convoluted message?
Even in the throes of death, it was in Shisho's nature to throw in a twist somehow. I mean, how would you know that in his death he would still do that? I mean, how are you like getting strangled or something and then arranging cards?
Truly the consummate entertainer to the very end, don't you think?
Was he really that great of a man, Simon?
It would have been no easy task, to be sure. But who knows? He wasn't an entertainer for 55 years for nothing.
If I ever bite the big one like that, I want to leave a message as good as Shisho's.
Well, let's hope it never comes to that. Simon, are all Rakugo artists like this?
It's hard to say. Could simply be the eccentricity of an entertainer, or perhaps he's hiding something.
Well, he doesn't have to entertain people in a court of law. And if he is trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction or something.
Not going to use our widget against him or anything? Alright, let's see. Let's look at the evidence. The deed. Maybe it would be something with the crime scene itself. Well, the thing is that's kind of weird to me is that the blood is underneath that, but why is blood involved? I thought he was like suffocated or whatever. So why is there blood? But there's blood underneath the cards, right? So it seems like the cards were placed there after the blood was there. So it couldn't be his dying message, right? Huh. Oh, what was the little facts here? Victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. What's with the drink cans in the fridge thing? Nothing was found in his lungs. The D for the sober shroud. Alright, let me go back through his testimony again. I feel like I've already forgot most of what he said. No, she says dying message right away. Stiff cards right there next to the stiff, you see. You know, enough with the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew he must have been talking about Bucky. Man, nothing's like a super strong candidate in my mind, but I guess I'll try pressing that picture, maybe. We don't even really know if that's blood. I feel like we would have like looked at that if we got to see the crime scene, you know what I mean? Since we just went straight to the trial this time. So, it's final message left as it's drowning in soba broth. I'll try on this one, maybe? We'll go with the crime scene report.
Objection!
Well, the music's still going, so that's not good.
Knock, knock. Who's there? There's evidence in that statement. There's evidence in that statement. Who? They contradict each other. That's who.
That's not even the proper call and response for a knock-knock joke. And what's more, her claim does not even make any logical sense. Your performance merits neither applause nor leniency, defense.
Everyone's a critic.
Okay. His final message left as he was drowning in the soba broth. It's like she showed not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. They put effort into that wrong answer scene. Yeah, they did. That's why I feel like sometimes, I mean, I guess it's a good idea for them to do that, but it's like fun to lose, you know, just, or to get it wrong because you get to see a little extra content. I mean, sometimes it's pretty generic though, I guess. Let me see here. Was there anything in the court record with the plain and simple thing? Let's look at the invitation that Simon got. Signing was a ticket to the show. No letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Well, there's a simple right there. Kitty was to perform her balloon act, and then Uendo was to do his soba glutton routine, and finally Master Tornado was to perform his time soba routine. Just, I feel like that might be it. I don't know, like, does contradict what he just said, so we'll try that. And for my next trick, objection. Damn, nope, we're back to the knock knock joke. I guess that one was a little bit of a stretch. I'm just gonna look up a hint, so we're not here for too long. Let's see. Where are we at? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, she says dying message right away. Okay, that's where we're at. Oh, gosh, I even read the thing that should have made me realize it. That sucks. I didn't pick up on that. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, we're on the right message. So that was the master's final message left as he was drowning in soba broth. That's the thing we're gonna like challenge here. And it was in his autopsy report. I even read this. It says nothing was found in his lungs, which means he didn't drown. So I guess that is what we will do.
Objection. There's a contradiction in Nuendo's testimony.
And would you care to explain where, Miss Sykes?
Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs.
Ah, yes. It does say that, doesn't it?
He's sweating.
If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth.
Phew! What?
This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I guess I showed you.
But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl?
Taifu Tornito's face was thrust into the bowl.
Let me do a little safety save. Boo, boo, doo, boo. Before his murder, during his murder, or after his murder? I mean, it ended up there, like when his body was found. So, if anything, it would be after, right?
Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs. His head must have been placed in the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Kura cards.
Oh, that's what the redness is. That's the broth. I didn't realize that. I thought it was blood for some reason. But then I was like, yeah, but he suffocated, so that doesn't make sense. Okay. Now it all makes sense. I didn't realize soba broth was red. Like blood.
In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning.
I see. So it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing?
I'm afraid I don't know yet.
You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. I'm laughing so hard right now. I can barely breathe. Can you tell? Sorry, I'm switching to standing mode at my desk. One sec. All right, there we go.
What? And I suppose you know why?
Of course. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator.
Yes, that does make sense. Certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings towards the victim.
Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop deed, no doubt.
Just great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Must you come undone at every juncture?
If the culprit had enough time to set up Master Tuanito's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message?
Good point. The cards were right in front of his body, after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh?
But was the accused rational at the was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Never mind that. I have something more important to ask Uendo.
Me? You saw the Uruta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Senses of Tokyo Pass set. Each card is related in some way to soba.
Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene and no more.
Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them.
That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Satmati, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly?
Zoom in and enhance. I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Interesting.
Oh my, what delightful looking cards.
Just admiring the artwork here.
Well, well.
Tearing prosecutor's sad monk's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this.
Huh?
Don't tell me you haven't noticed.
Don't be silly. Of course I have.
Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I?
That the cards are out of order is what he's talking about, because it's gonna do like the stain isn't the right shape for all the stains on the cards or whatever, right? Like they were reordered after they had the water stain on them.
Miss Sykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards?
Well, go on then.
All right.
It's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and...
These cards.
Cards. Let's do a little safety save. I'm pretty sure I know this one, but we're gonna safety save anyways. Rearranged, contain a contradiction, are a kind of riddle. They were rearranged.
These cards were rearranged.
But how can you tell?
Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us.
Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Sykes?
The pictures on the cards, the soba broth stains, the size of the cards, the soba broth stains, dog.
Please focus your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of these stains don't match up with a larger stain on the table.
Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And?
Please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl.
Yes, go on.
By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client.
What? Then, if we put the cards back in their original positions,
we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward.
Or they weren't pointing toward anyone, right? You don't have to spell things with those cards, right?
That's true.
Pardon. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this.
Do I get to do it?
All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up.
Right.
Let's see. Where was this W card originally?
I can't, like, okay. Can't drag it and try to match it, huh? Looks like it would be this one. Boom.
Perfect. Okay, the H card is next. Let's see, where was the H card originally?
Looks like it would be right here.
Present.
Yes, now the E card. Let's see, where was the E card originally?
Same spot it was before.
A perfect match. Next one is the T card. Great, that fits right in there. Now the N card. Let's see, where was the N card originally? There, that looks good. Now O.
Owen?
Nice. Almost done now. The last card is 4. Let's see. Where was the 4 card originally? There's so many options that they could be. It's gonna be so hard to figure it out.
Own 4th? Owen 4th?
So the message, wet number 4, was originally supposed to say, own 4th. Owen 4th. And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit.
What?
That indignant look on Prosecutor Sad Monk's face is positively priceless. I love that he calls him Prosecutor Sad Monk. That's hilarious. So Sad Mahdi, Sad Monkey. Prosecutor Sad Monkey over there. This is absurd. So it was originally Owen 4th? It wasn't wet number 4? Maybe the lawyer is smarter than we thought.
Order! Order in the court! Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. What are they, Transformers or something? So now that that's settled, what does this Owen 4th mean? Oh. Accidentally started a workout on my watch. Whoopsie. Don't do that. There we go.
Wait, am I?
Wait, did I miss something? Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you.
But I haven't thought that far yet.
Change the cards around all you like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are, defense. Well, it's worthless for you too, right?
No!
And so the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth.
I have to do something. But what?
Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there.
Oh, right. That's a good idea.
Come on, Athena. Get a hold of yourself.
Window, does the phrase Owen 4th mean anything to you? No, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family, or our circle of friends.
Go ahead, ask anybody you like.
You can't be serious.
Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing. I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen 4th is, either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant wasn't the real culprit.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather, who rearranged the cards?
Tisk. Why did you point that out earlier if you already knew?
Sorry.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. It's like, why would we assume that before it pointed at somebody else? It's like, it could just be that he had the cards out, I guess, right? Or I guess he was making soba noodles, so maybe that's why they would have assumed the cards would say anything at all. Yeah, I don't know. So confused about that. It looked like he was eating soba and playing cards, but then they're like, no, he was making noodles. And then they were like, he was training or something? What was he doing?
In any case, there were 2 opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room. And the second was when Window discovered the body.
Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards?
Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart?
Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Window? Oh, this is when we're going to use the Matrix, or whatever. Put down the tea and spit out your answer.
Mr. Prosecutor! What's a guy supposed to do at a time like this?
Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue.
Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case. Your Honor, I've decided not to say another word. I want my lawyer.
Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law.
Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share?
Did you hear that, Sykes-Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Oh yeah, this is Blackwell's specialty. Blackwell is good at manipulating people. That's his psychology, is that he gets people to respond to him who don't want to. Oh, it blocked your message there, Togepi. I got you. Allow. There you are. Yeah, was he fapping in the room? Who knows, dude? Could have been training, making noodles. Maybe making noodles means that. Maybe the kids are calling that fapping now. I was making noodles in my room alone the other day. What? Gross. A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work.
That's right. I'm not going to fall for it.
I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there is an audience to listen?
Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer.
The more you keep quiet, the more we want to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery? Oh, no one says anything? Okay. And no one agreed? Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk? If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend.
Are you saying I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know.
Oh no, never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying.
But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify.
He did it! He managed to convince Uendo with his power of suggestion technique.
Bully for you, Uendo. That's a real Rakugo artist. Or, that's as a real Rakugo artist should be. Goddamn, just say it, Domm.
All right, if the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do.
To be turned by such an obvious ploy, what a man of weak spirit. In the dressing room.
After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply.
When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony.
Of course there aren't any. Because I'm not trying to hide anything.
Prosecutor Sadmati's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart.
Yeah, and it was like an exceptionally short testimony, so I feel like that means we need some room for expansion. Ponder all you would like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation.
I disagree, Your Honor. I detect discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil.
Inner turmoil. Sounds pretty serious. So are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Are you going to get your little computer out or whatever?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on this witness.
Uendo, there is no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy.
It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on.
God damn it. Impetus fool.
Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother?
If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor.
In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor sad monkey. Naito, why would you let me lead you? I just want to lead the witness, damn it. Supposed to have trained you beforehand. Just know this, Uendo. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. My God will burn you in hell.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me.
Just keep your wits about you.
I will. Uendo, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? Wait, let me get my computer out. Okay, and... go.
After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room. But he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. He's not surprised, I think, is what we're gonna point out. Let me save. Pinpoint. Surprise. Why weren't you surprised to see him slumped over, bro? If I got this right the first time, that's the first time I've ever done that with this thing. I feel like I usually get really confused, but this time, I figured it out. That's what he wasn't feeling.
Uendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions.
But I could still be wrong. Something stranger with cheesy toe skin, you say?
No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard something stranger with cheesy toe skin?
I don't know. Maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. All of a sudden he's shorter.
Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke?
Welcome.
Hey, Crispy, what's up? Hello. He wasn't surprised because he always gets drunk and slumps over the table like that. Yeah, maybe, dude. Could be. How you doing, Crispy? Good to see you. Welcome in.
The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you.
Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions.
Now he's out of the camera, apparently. So what was this unexpected thing you noticed?
Bam, bam.
Oh, come on. His Honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen.
Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes. Sorry, just a little courtroom joke.
Wait, who's laughing? Focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled.
When you entered the room, you saw your master slumped motionless over the table. You weren't the least bit shocked, Uendo. Don't you think that's a little odd?
Is it, though?
The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw.
And I think I know why.
Oh yeah, ASMR just puts you straight to sleep. But that reminds me of, honestly, it's so much fun you say that, because I've had a similar experience in that I bought a memory foam beanbag chair. It's like this giant beanbag chair that's full of memory foam, and it's so comfortable. I thought, I could lounge around and play video games on it. But now I just fall asleep on it. Every time I'm just like, I'm just gonna sit here and play a video game, watch a show. Next thing I know, I'm waking up. And it's been like 30 minutes to an hour. And it's like, what? Where'd it go? I hate when that happens. All right, let's see.
The reason Uendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because...
It's because we saved.
He was zoned out. He has an entertainer's guts. He knew about his master's death. I mean, obviously, he knew about his master's death, right? I mean, that's gotta be it. Oh, this rests my eyes a bit before a game. Yeah, exactly. Can't do that on that freaking beanbag chair.
Uendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead.
I like that he has the fans in his hair that also, like, unfold. I think that's fun.
What? Oh, what kind of thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisha was just sleeping when I first saw him.
It's like a lot of noise, dude. Pretty noisy.
You thought he was sleeping?
It sounds plausible, but...
Well, then why was he sad or whatever?
What made you think he was asleep?
Well, he had his head and arms up on the table, as if he were taking a nap.
Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Those cushions are very dangerous.
Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too.
A note? What note?
Ah, he must be talking about this. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting. Do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping?
That is a pretty reasonable assumption.
You've gotta be kidding me.
Taifu's note. A note thought to have been written by the victim before his death.
That's right. I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisha was asleep.
I want to change my testimony to include that statement.
All right. I'll run an update. Widget, if you would.
Brother said before he brushed his teeth as a kid, got into bed and said he would just rest his eyes. Yeah, especially if it's like first thing in the morning. There's no way that would work for me either, man. So watching 3 different animes since 2019. I haven't finished one of them, but I'm getting there now. They're just not grabbing you enough, or what? Is that why you haven't stuck with them? I've been in the mood for a long time. I wasn't finished those Black Butler season 4 airs in April. Yeah, you're a big Black Butler fan too, right? I think I remember you talking about that before.
See, after my performance, I went to visit Shisho.
He's happy, and I guess that's fine.
Called him from the outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. But something seemed off, so I rushed over to him.
Okay, well, why is he mad? I guess that's the next thing, right? Let's do a little save for here. Why are you mad, bro? Black butt is my favorite. Hell yeah, nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Uendo, I noticed something funny in your emotions again.
Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh even with my emotions.
I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden?
What? Let's see. Oh yeah, now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness.
Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe?
Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really.
Sounds more like he's hiding something. I'd better dig a bit deeper.
No need to be embarrassed, Uendo, but I'm afraid it's something we do need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on. In the area around the dressing room door in this picture.
But maybe there was something there at the time?
Uendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on?
What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays.
You tell her. Really, who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while?
Dude, I know I do. That's for damn sure. Start watching Bloom Into You, Shield Hero, and Banana Fish, and now Shield Hero is 4 seasons in. But I heard it got bad. Yeah, somebody else said something to me the other day about how Shield Hero, it went downhill. I just went to finish the first season. I think whoever was telling me about that said the first season was good. And then after that it was. I've never watched it. Yeah, I remember you telling me about Banana Fish too. So you're behind on Banana Fish? I thought that was one of your favorites, wasn't it? You can stub your pinky toe on anything, dude. You can stub your pinky toe on your pinky toe, man. That's how freaking fucked up it is. If it's dark enough in that room, you'll figure it out.
You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this. Well, the thing is... Even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question.
Plus, if I back down now, who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way? Is there really no trace left of what Uendo stubbed his toe on by the door? What in the world might have been there then, but it's not there now?
Something that he kicked or something? That, like, when he stubbed his toe, he, like, shoved it all the way over. I mean... like this box over here, maybe? What could he stub his toe on that was there, but it's not there now? How do I even show something like that? We gotta save for sure, dude. I'm like confused at what is like the question here? Having a banana fish that made me unhappy. Oh yeah, that sucks. I have 2 episodes left of Bloom Into You, so I'll finish B-Fish after tonight. Nice, get all caught up, huh? Nice. Small cast iron pan on the table in the top right. Is that? I think it's a mirror, right? This thing? Or yeah, you said top right, right? Top right. Yeah, I think that's. I want to say it's a mirror. It looks like it's like a place where he gets ready. This is a dressing room, so I assume that's like a vanity type thing. Honestly, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna go guess this thing here. It's also ripped and stuff, but it looks like it's a package that had maybe this. Looks like maybe that's a camel symbol, and that's a camel. I don't know. Oh, there's one of the things there. That should have been there then before. Dude, this is a weird one. This is not very straightforward. Am I being dumb? Let's try presenting this box, dude. I don't know. We saved.
Uendo, is this what you stubbed your toe on? Probably not, because the music is still playing.
Oh, I could never stub my toe on that. That would really be starting things out on the wrong foot, right, Mr. Golden Ager?
Golden Ager? Don't you dare send me off to a retirement home yet, Sonny. I'm young and spry. Anyway, I hope Miss Sykes didn't stub her toes on her teeth as her foot entered her mouth.
That's a pretty good one, dude. So, what is the question even exactly? You know, I'm gonna look up a hint because I need to like know what was it asking me exactly? What did he stub his toe on? But like, what? Wasn't there something else that it said? Let me see here. What? That's what it is? Okay, I did not expect that. Okay. This is a weird one. I don't know that I would have got this one. I feel like it's a little bit different. You have to really assume some stuff, I feel. Is that flour all over the floor? Maybe a bag of flour somewhere? Oh yeah, the flour is everywhere. Apparently the guy was making noodles. Oh! Man, you were really close. You actually pinpointed the reason why I should have figured it out. Can you figure it out now? Crispy, like, the flour was the total clue. And now that you say that, it totally makes sense to me why it's this. But you see that the flour... Here, let me get the pointer. Is not here in this arc. As if something were dragged across the floor. Because that, okay, see, that's the thing. The prompt before the question of what did he stub his toe on was what was here that wasn't there before or whatever. Like, what's moved, what's changed. And that's a better question than what did he stub his toe on, right? That's the true question to the player of the puzzle. So yeah, it's the TV. Yeah, but also I guess you can see that the TV's unplugged. That's what I thought it was at first, was just that. And I was like, man, I'd have to make a big leap to go for that, but no, I think it's the flower. You're supposed to notice the flower. Interesting. Nice. You're pretty close, Crispy. Mentioning that flower.
Please take a look at this photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room?
Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged.
And the drag mark ends there, at the TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object that the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Uendo, how about it?
Yes, you're right. It was the TV.
Ooh, 10%. Still got a little bit.
There, the noise level dropped again.
Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is it so important to you?
So the noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, let's try this tactic instead.
Uendo, why was the TV moved there?
Shisho must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged.
Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV?
That's right. It's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage.
Okay, this reminds me of the audio monitor at the Gavin Years concert. That played a part.
I see.
Now what? Can't find anything else out of place. I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet.
Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy.
This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother.
Sorry.
I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop, I do love soba. Hoi, Uendo. Here's a curiosity for you. This table Master Toanido is slumped over. Looks like it was moved.
Oh, nice one, dude. I didn't even think about that. I noticed that there was something there, but I thought maybe it was just a pattern that's in, like, the flooring. But I see it is where the table leg was. Nice one, Simon. That statue falling out of the window and killing someone in the circus. Yeah, dude. That was crazy. And they thought it was Maximilian Galactica.
Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back?
Oh my, yes, you're right.
So you disturbed the crime scene, dude?
The TV hit the table, and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was.
I see. Thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I'd wager you need to put the spurs to Uendo just a trifle longer.
Right.
I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own.
Uendo, what you said just now about discovering your master's death. Could you please describe all of that again to the court in detail?
All right.
But before you do, let me just plug in the latest information.
How scared I was. You like that? Funnily enough, I'm on that case on the VOD marathon. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
Sick.
It's a good one. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. Probably gonna go to the new one, see what he's feeling when he's moving the TV. Didn't reply. I opened the door. I thought he was sleeping. Info update. And then I stubbed my damn toe on that stupid TV. I tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back to its normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. So he's sad and surprised, which seems pretty normal. And then info update. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table, sniff. Oh, Shisho. It looks like he's the one that's rearranging the stuff now that it does that. I guess he's like really surprised. Is that what I need to point out? Kind of makes sense that he's sad, but wouldn't he be more sad than surprised? Why is he surprised at this point? Because he's already seen it, right? All right, let's save. We're gonna try pinpointing the surprise here, maybe? Seems like he's really surprised.
That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Uendo, besides your master's death?
What do you mean?
What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me. You little thingy must have made a mistake.
Your little thingy must have made a mistake. Silence. Your little computer over there.
The girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure.
Sharp as a trout?
But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Now, get to remembering, Uendo. What was it that surprised you?
That was a compliment, right?
Well,
Noise level 100?
No, we've pushed him too hard, and now he's mentally all over the place.
Holy shit, I've never seen that happen. Discover seasoned shredded seaweed, and it's so good on seasoned shredded seaweed, huh? Yeah, you can put it on anything. They're kind of chewy and crunchy. My Daiso updated their food, so now they have more variety, huh? I'll have to check that out. Seasoned shredded seaweed. Sounds like it could be pretty good. And sometimes seaweed can be a little too fishy for me, but I've liked it before. If it's seasoned, probably even better. Because that guy has fans in his hair that open up when he's surprised. Yeah, I was just saying earlier that I think before you came in that I really like that in his characters, and I think it's a lot of fun. His level is over 9,000!
His emotions are over 9,000!
Out of control. Care to explain how that's irrelevant?
You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in witnesses' voices, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. But sometimes, a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings.
So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating.
Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control. But it seems there's nothing ordinary about it this time.
Whoa. Also, he's really mad. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room. He's really sad, super sad, but he didn't reply. And he's super duper surprised. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. Super mad. I tried to enter the dressing room and stubbed my toe on the TV. Really surprised. When I put the TV back, it is in its normal spot. I realized that Shisho was dead. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table, sniff, oh, Shisho. Now he's just super sad.
I knew it!
What's got your knickers all in a bunch now?
The window has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this, ever.
So how does one bring a situation like this back under control?
I just told you I've never seen anything like this.
Mine's pretty fishy, but I do like that. There's a name for it too, but I don't have the packet anymore. Oh, okay, right. But it sounds like you gave me the keywords to search anyway, so I can see if maybe my local grocery store holds that. I guess maybe I could probably buy it on Amazon either way. You get a lot of stuff on Amazon.
I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what is causing this emotional rampage, then I can touch a probe to dive in further. I'll need to pinpoint what I think is the root cause and touch probe again. Through this process, I can identify exactly what's causing Owendo so much distress.
And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we?
All right. I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Owendo's rampaging emotions.
Kizami Nori. So that's what the brand is called? After the performance, I went to visit Shisho. He's mad here. That seems weird. He went to visit him and he's mad already? That's new, isn't it? Save that. Probe. What am I probing exactly?
This seems to be the cause of your shock, sadness, and anger, Owendo.
I don't think that's what I was supposed to do.
I can express many emotions, such as surprise, sadness, and anger upon my cushions. To me, these expressions are simply an act. If I lost control over such things, I wouldn't be very effective on stage, now would I?
Oh, looks like I got it wrong.
Keep it simple, Athena. Thinking too hard will only drive you mad as well.
Maybe Owendo saw something to make him feel this way?
Okay, so the anger thing on this one is weird, but maybe it's not what I'm supposed to point out. It's the thing that's causing all these emotions, right? He didn't reply. It's got to be this one that I got to probe, right? This is the one where he responded to something, but we haven't gotten to it yet. The cards. The jam bun, dude. That's what he was freaking out. He's like, oh my god, there's a jam bun. No, I think it's the cards, maybe? There we go. So it's called, so it literally means shredded seaweed in Japanese too. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I thought nori was seaweed, right? Or at least I've seen that word associated with seaweed, but it might actually mean seaweed, right? So that's not too surprising, I suppose.
I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left on the scene of the crime is what was causing your distress.
Is his name like Owen? In all actuality, because the name that he uses is a name that's like he's replacing somebody who used to do his art. So this could all just be a stage name, and maybe his real name is Owen, I guess. Maybe. He was freaking out over how someone could leave an uneaten jam put on the table. He's like, what? You didn't finish it, Shisho. What the hell? And you were going to eat soba when you have a jam bun?
And if the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, then that means that the phrase Owen Fourth must mean something to you.
Zero. Got him.
Bye-bye. There. Noise level 0, finally.
The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and Fourth. But neither of these words have anything to do with this witness. This topic warrants no further argument.
Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between Uendo and the message. For now. But why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory?
I trust you've hit upon something, Athena.
Yep, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Uendo and the mysterious Owen Fourth.
Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes.
There was something puzzling to me about Uendo's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely, that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before, and I wondered how it could be possible.
Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours?
Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible.
So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench.
Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo...
So robot has a supernatural powers, has multiple personalities. I mean, the multiple personalities thing, I guess, fits because he's got all the different characters, right? He is a robot, sounds like fun. Has supernatural powers. Just, I don't know. I think it's going to be has multiple personalities. Oh, sorry. I didn't even show you guys the choices. Here they are. He's a robot, has supernatural powers, or has multiple personalities. I'm going to try multi-personalities.
With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that Uendo has dissociative identity disorder.
I don't know that you should be diagnosing someone in court, though.
What does that even mean?
Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder? A preposterous proposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out? Got him.
Polkanka!
I can't believe it. I did it. I did it, Simon. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself.
Blimey. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities.
Hey, you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No problem at all.
This is all very hard to believe. But now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to this court?
Oh my gosh, is that what we're about to do?
Uendo Toanido. I am a Rakugo storyteller, as you know.
Hello, everybody. Patches, the friendly jester here. Kisagawa, courtesan. And is that all of you?
Yes, that's all of us.
So there are 3 personalities in total. Uendo, Patches, and Kisagawa. Well, Simon, what do you think now?
That's your one lucky duck. Just be glad they were dense enough to help you out.
Nah, can you just straight up say I did a great for a change?
Did great?
You appear to be quite proud of your self-defense. But all you've done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness.
I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen.
A new interpretation?
Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Sykes?
Knowing what we know now about Uendo and his personalities, this makes perfect sense.
Now that we know about multiple personalities. What makes perfect? What, the cards, I guess? Owen 4th? Oh, he has a 4th personality? Is that what it is? And Owen is the 4th one? Maybe that's what it is, and that makes perfect sense now? I don't know if it's perfect sense, so we're gonna freaking save. Owen is his 4th personality. We'll try that.
The Karuta cards.
That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen 4th could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen 4th actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's? A personality named Owen?
What?
Polkanka.
You can't use that disorder to get out of a murder charge, right? Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it's probably like complicated. The answer is it depends, probably. But yeah, I don't think like outright you can. I think it'd have to have like a bunch of other factors. But I think if anything, you would probably just end up like an asylum, right, or something.
And Uendo must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want us to associate. He didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message.
No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well,
our reputation as a Rakugo artist would be tarnished, as would the Tornado name.
That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tornado school.
But really, there is no fourth personality. It's just the three of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But... The answer is, it's complicated. Yeah, exactly. You know, consider it a real thing, possibly because it's hard or impossible to really prove. Yeah, I think that's why you would still, like, end up somewhere, right? To be like, okay, well, if you have mental issues, then we'll send you to this special type of, like, prison, you know? Like, you're still gonna go somewhere. You might just not end up with, like, regular murderers or whatever, I guess, right? It's real life stuff. We don't want that. Yeah. That's way too complicated for Ace Attorney. I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards.
Is Prosecutor Sadmati actually agreeing with us?
However, it is not also, or is it not also possible that the accused killed Master Toanito? And then left that message in order to frame the witness? And upon noticing the cards when he found the victim's body, Uenedo rearranged them. A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside of Toanito School knew about Uenedo's multiple personalities. Or Uendo just finished saying so himself. But is that true? But ultimately, that is true, but ultimately meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
That spring chick memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony?
Simon's testimony? Oh.
Guido escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done.
I mean, they were obviously now we know that they were hearing the TV. Like there was like a previous recording of him playing right in front of the door on that TV, and that's why they thought he was still alive, right? Obviously. That's right. Until just a few moments before Uendo's entered the dressing room. Taifuto Uenedo was confirmed to still be alive.
Non!
Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members.
Oh, no!
I also heard that his Rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of... Well, you get the picture. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stunk up the stage, I did. And yet, I have a perfect alibi. Indeed. Why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi, witness?
Okie dokie, Smokey.
God, how many times is this guy gonna testify, dude? It's getting late, but I think this might be the last one, so I'll probably use a lot of hints so I can get through it. And so we can end on a to be continued. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Uendo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, defense. and move on.
Well, get this, Prosecutor Sadmati. The Right Anything Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end.
Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on.
And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up.
Let it go and
never!
This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could. You foolish child! Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will.
No! Anything but this!
Prosecutor Jutsu?
No! What's the big idea, Prosecutor Sadmati?
That it was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up, as instructed?
As if.
In that case, you must require another dose. Cuts him in half, hell yeah. Not bloody likely. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if Psych Stono were to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore.
That's right! For Mr. Wet's future, in Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach. I will never give up.
You will rue those words, Defense. Of that, I can assure you. Man, that was a long back and forth before getting to this. Alright, here we go. I was on stage until moments before I went into the dressing room.
Hold it! How can we be sure it was you who was on that stage?
Are you asking whether it could have been some imposter?
I guess so.
Unlike a big arena, a Rakugo theater is a cozy little place. It would be hard to fool an audience in such an intimate setting, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Good. I'm glad we could clear that up, because I guess you could say
the entire audience was my witness.
Hold it!
Hold it! Was there anything special about the stage or your performance that you can tell me? For example, were there lights dimmer than usual? Were there any problems or accidents? Not a thing. Everything was the same as always. Mr. Prosecutor, you've questioned the audience, didn't you?
Yes, of course. Apparently nothing seemed amiss to them except, well, one small thing.
One small thing?
Oh, it's so embarrassing. I tried my best, really I did. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed.
Hold it! Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance or if it was just that particular audience. Or maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense.
Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a little more.
So we get to choose two things. The number of audience members or what Uendo performed. This is one of those things I'm going to consult the guide so we can get going.
Could you tell me which Rakugo story you performed?
I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated.
What? Well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me?
All right, if you insist. The story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. I thought he was supposed to do the gluttonous soba.
Time Soba, huh?
Maybe Ueno's right. He's only said the name of the routine, and I'm already lost.
Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you?
What? You know it, Prosecutor Sadmati?
In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, Defense, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial.
Simon, what's Time Soba about?
Look it up yourself. Allow me to give you an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? What can I get for you? I see you've got a seaweed-topped hanamaki soba. And I'll have a bowl of shippoku, my good man. But there's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. You know it, sir. One shippoku coming right up. So now, how's business? Not so great, sir. Is that so? Well, that's great, because things can only get better from here, right? Wow, prosecutor. Wish I was going a little slower. The customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. So how much do I owe ya? That'll be 16 mon, sir. I see. Sorry, but I only had small change on me. I'll count the coins in your palm, so you could hold out your hand for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks. And bye.
Very well done, Prosecutor Sadmati. That was excellent.
Huh? I don't get it. What's so funny about that?
Tisk. Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then, just after counting 8, he asked about the time. And the soba vendor answered with 9.
Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10.
Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as the punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. Or I'm sure Prosecutor Sad Monk over there would love to perform it for you after court.
So basically, it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. That's kind of petty, isn't it?
Is that really all you have to say about this classic story? Time soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo that the skill of... Fine, so you studied a lot, we get it. We haven't have time for a lecture detour right now, Prosecutor Sad Monkey.
I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Sykes, the witness stated that the story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to his testimony?
Should I have the statement added to the testimony?
Oh, have it added, dude. You can just go straight through that one. Yeah, Google it yourself.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to have it added.
Very well.
The story I performed is called the Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Let me save real quick. I think I know what to present here. Yeah, Uendo was to do his soba glutton routine and master Tonito was to perform his time soba routine. So that's a contradiction if I've ever seen one. Oh, sorry, I should have showed you the evidence, Dom. Yes, it's right here. Uendo was to do his soba glutton. Master Tonito was to perform his time soba.
A liar.
I'm gonna, after listening to the prosecution's ramblings, like, after all that, no, I'm not gonna add that. So we'll try that. Oops, sorry.
Uendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed?
Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it.
That's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd.
We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant.
That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Uendo, do you know what this is?
No. What is it?
This is an invitation to the show, sent from Master Tonito to Prosecutor Blackwell. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Soba was to be performed by Master Tonito himself.
No!
Uendo, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is...
How do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank.
That's right, it was just a little joke, you see? I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I buy that. Was it doing the victim's routine really just for laughs, or... Hey, didn't Simon happen to hear the Time Soba coming from the dressing room? During Uendo's performance on stage? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be?
What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. Man, it's like I should have seen this coming earlier, because I basically hit the nail on the head, but I just missed it a little bit. Because it wasn't a video of him. I forgot that's the stage monitor. So, yeah, they were actually hearing Uendo out there.
So stop comparing me to birds.
Then cease this bird brain timidity. Something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance.
Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here it goes. It looks like Uendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate the crucial detail about the case.
Are you referring to the soba bill the man tried to skimp on in the witness's story?
I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? What are we doing here?
What Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was...
Cause of the victim's death, the time of the victim's death, what the victim was to perform. The time of the victim's death, it's gotta be. Let me save it though.
Safety save.
Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death.
What?
What's gibberish? Prosecutor Blackwell even testified to the time of the victim's death.
I know. But he only testified that way because he and Giryu had completely taken in.
He had Giryu completely taken? I read that wrong.
You mean by the soba bill thing?
Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor?
I was deceived. Pray tell, how did Uenito manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage?
That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room.
Oh, and what might that be?
The prop Uendo used was
Always gotta do a safety shave. Present.
This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackwell, when you came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing?
He was performing time soba. Blast. Could it be?
Yes, it could. And it was. What you and Gidu heard was not Master Toanito practicing his routine. It was Uenito's performance, as heard through the TV monitor speakers.
So did he need the audience to be quiet then?
What?
With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside.
And because we knew the Master Toanito was scheduled to perform time soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing.
Yes, your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Toanito?
Where the door is in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard time soba, I just assumed it was Master Toanito. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game. Usually I'm the one playing mind games. All of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof, defense?
Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door, because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing.
Ugh.
And there's one more thing that Uendo's actions about Uendo's actions that's suspicious.
And that is?
The fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion.
What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know.
But I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Uendo knew it'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room.
Exactly, see? I thought that he wanted to be quiet.
Oh my.
Yipes. It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Blackwell and Gidu heard was due to Anito's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Toanito himself.
We've got you by the stones now, Uenito.
Or Uendo. I'm totally screwed up his name all over the place.
So you'd better confess everything.
Hey Loki, what's up, buddy? Oh, I'm almost done with the stream and then we can play, okay, buddy?
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
We demand an explanation. Uendo!
I confess. I tampered with the crime scene.
Because it sounds like two people came in and realized he was dead and then tried to cover it up. That's like in their intro thing, right?
Is it the defense's claim that Uendo's Toanito is the true member of this case, the true murderer of this case?
And gasp indeed. Nice one, Toby. Oh, Miss Crispy said, I thought I saw a snake outside just now, but I went out there and it's either gone or I was seeing things. I swear I saw it trying to get up the tree because one of the little birds was pecking at it and flapping around. Oh, wow. That sounds like a pretty crazy thing to see. I guess that might be pretty normal in Australia, I guess.
If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Now, wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What?
If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you.
What could it be this time?
Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Taifu Toanido. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him?
Oh, well, his motive was,
I can't think of a single thing.
It appears you are also not aware of one other fact.
And that is?
That the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Is it not natural, then, to suppose that the accused killer killed the victim at that time?
What?
Sure, we haven't really, addressed that.
No, we told him Mr. Wet had also gone there before 4 p.m.
Oh, yeah, before 4 p.m., that's right. But, because, wouldn't he have been dead when he went in there and yelled at him, though? Oh, yeah, that is really complicated, though. Either way, we gotta figure that out, I guess. We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant.
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
So you really do not know what your client was doing during the time frame, do you? Well, I mean, he's drunk and he didn't talk to us, dude. What do you want? We didn't get an investigative section this time. Silly doggy.
Well, it was all very sudden and...
Why did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon?
Don't you give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before 4 p.m. either.
This sort of thing is exactly why the prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared.
The defense will stop squabbling this instant.
Sorry, Your Honor.
So I guess I saw a kangaroo boxing a crocodile down the river, so you never know what's gonna happen. Yeah, that sounds freaking epic. Should have recorded that, put it on the internet.
Prosecutor Sadmati, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of the soba making implements in the dressing room, correct?
Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles?
When are we gonna get to the to be continued, man? It didn't look like it was that far away, but they're just talking about random shit, it feels like sometimes. Okay, we should be close. Stream went way longer than I intended it to do.
Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles?
Yes, he is. Come on, let's get through this. You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water. The long rolling pin and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely. These tools all came from the accused's soba shop.
You mean they didn't belong to Master Toanido?
It just keeps going. That's Ace Attorney for you too. I should have learned my lesson after all these years, but I just want to get to the freaking to be continued. Mr. Wet had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba making lesson, and that visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. And why murder the guy? Just for the deed?
But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Wet killed the victim before p.m., why would he return to that room at a later time?
And why would the guy put the TV in front of the door to act like to trick Blackquill? Like, how does that explain any of that? Well, he's got a skateboard now. Chilled Soba 680. That's pretty hilarious. Oh, I forgot his voice.
What's soba your kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles?
Oh my.
Hiya, Miss Chickadee. Hey, Simey. The reason I was back is 'cause Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Oh.
Mr. Wet.
Yesterday, I brought noodle making tools to the dressing room around 2 p.m. That's when Master Tornado ordered uncooked soba noodles to stock up on.
Uncooked noodles to stock up on?
Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to the shop to get some more.
One serving of noodles in the fridge? But I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important right now.
You ran into me in Giru when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct?
That's right, Simey. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him some noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called him from the inner doorway. He just kept mumbling Rokugo lines for ages. So I got mad and went back to the soba shop.
Ah, so that's why you got mad.
If what he's saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer.
I swear I'm telling the truth, Miss Chica. Oh.
But bailiff, quick! Get this man to the infirmary!
Well, I dare say he's quite the handful.
Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wet made just now into evidence.
I believe the accused's statement about going to the room about 2 p.m. is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death.
That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That's some critical information.
Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Wet's statements are dubious and without proof.
But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here.
He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept him either.
While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit.
Now what do I do?
I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence. What are you yammering on about, Prosecutor Sadmonk?
We still have something we need to question Uendo about.
We do? Like what?
Well, don't just stand there.
But we don't have any evidence left to present.
Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question?
A hidden witness? Oh, that's right.
Talking about Owen.
Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet.
Oh? And what is this bit of unfinished business?
We haven't finished discussing the issue related to Uendo.
Owen.
We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality, the one named Owen.
Are you suggesting that this fourth personality of Uendo's might be the true culprit?
Jeez, not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen.
Look, Uendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but This Owen may have one for all we know.
Come clean now, Window. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you?
Please tell us everything you know about Owen.
That's enough! The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo! You tell them, Mr. Prosecutor! Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor, witness. You will not be tainted with his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? I exercise my right to remain silent! What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you? Shut up! I will remain silent and that's it!
Patches, you fool! You stay out of this!
Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know something about Owen.
There it is again, Simon's formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today.
You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor! You were leading the witness! Witness, there's no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Your Honor, the window is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen.
Suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well. I will allow the defense to proceed. Polkonka. Okay, cool. This should be the last bit, but it's probably still going to take half a friggin' hour. Alright, here we go. I've never met any personality named Owen.
Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic.
We're always aware, so we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up.
How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture?
We can do it! Absolutely, Togepi. Hell yeah. I like that positivity. That's what I'm talking about.
Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities?
Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You'd best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack your testimony head on. Screw your courage to the sticking place. Huh, what a weird phrase.
All right, I will, whatever that means. Sticking place, what?
What are you doing, Loki? What are you doing, buddy?
Just stop piling the pressure on me.
I have to draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open.
Alright, here we go.
I've never met any personality named Owen. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Yes.
Met, huh? Is that how you experience each other? Like people meeting on the street?
Well, it's more like all 3 of us are always here. And the personality that's most suited to the moment is the one that comes out.
So when you're out the window, what are the other 2 doing?
So when you're out a window. Well, we never know when our turn will come, right?
So we stand by and listen. So that means all 3 of you share the same memories?
I never really thought about it, but I guess that's right.
I see. Thank you. Please continue. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. Hold it! Hold it! Patches, can I have a word with you, please? Why, hello, you rang? You said at first that you didn't know anybody named Owen. But didn't you exercise your right to remain silent? Were you afraid of committing perjury? Oh, well, you see... I'll take over from here if you don't mind. Listen, I hate to say it, but Patches is about as smart as a sack of rocks. If you grill him with a bunch of highfalutin words, he's going to want to keep silent. I see. So looking after loose-tongued Patches is your role, is it, Miss Kisagawa? Well, I don't know about that, but anyway. I do know that Patches was just flustered, and that's why he decided to remain silent. We're always aware, so we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. Hold it! But what if, for some reason, you three were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the three of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen?
What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean.
I mean, you three share the same memories, right? But what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious.
Instead of speaking as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first.
Well, we've already seen three personalities. A fourth wouldn't be a stretch.
You dishonor the victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof.
Have you ever heard these old sayings, Prosecutor Sodmati? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see one, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises.
Where there's one, there's more.
Comparing us to cockroaches, do we bug you that much, girly?
But how do you intend to prove it? How will you prove that all three personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all of this talk is merely empty speculation.
Well,
Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious.
Simon's right. I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Wet, I have to. Wait, Mr. Wet?
Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba, and don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, boil the noodles fresh.
He's blacked out.
Mr. Wet falling unconscious. Wait a minute, I think I've got it.
Miss Sykes? Do you have proof to back up your theory? I mean, I assume you say yes, but we're gonna double check. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in this crime photo.
There it is. Is it? In that case, please point out what supports your theory.
This most likely is what caused Uendo to lose consciousness.
Because he got way too freaking soused because it was some celebration for him, right? Got a little too hammered.
This is probably what made Uendo lose consciousness.
Ah, yes, the sake. And isn't it just like Master Tornado to pick up a fine brand like Camel?
Sake? Oh, you mean rice wine?
No, sake, damn it.
Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated, and it's not even wine. Silly girl.
I must agree. You need to become more cultured, Athena.
Tomato. It's made of rice, and people get drunk on drinking it, right?
It's called sake. End of story.
Fine, sake it is then.
Ay, caramba. Everyone's so touchy about these things.
I recall Master Tornado would often have a drink or two before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course.
And look, there were 2 glasses on the table. Wendo, I believe your master offered you some rice wine. I mean sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your 4th personality, Owen, emerged.
I drink sake.
No, that's a good one.
We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no. Thank you to that. We said no thank you to that. Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So you see, I had a sweet manju bun, and I didn't drink any sake.
What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the glasses be examined right away.
You amateur, do you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale.
Don't tell me.
There was no trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses, naturally.
Right, of course.
Miss Sykes, would you like the witness' statement added to his testimony?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Very well. I had a sweet manju bun, and I didn't drink any sake.
Hold it! So if you had even a tiny sip of sake, you'd conk right out, huh? That's why you didn't touch the glass that Master Tornado offered, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Then maybe you ate something that had sake in it as an ingredient.
I don't recall doing anything like that.
He doesn't recall doing it. But that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't. He just might not have known he did it. I'd better take another good look at the evidence.
Yeah, I think it's right in the crime photo. The buns have the camel branding on them, right? So he didn't drink any sake, huh?
Oh boy, now we're in trouble.
That kind of answers exactly why Sad Monkey keeps insulting you. Now, use your head. There are countless ways Uenedo could have gotten sake into his mouth besides drinking it.
Well, I don't know about the countless part, but...
But nothing. Give it some thought, and you'll figure something out.
So the witness must have had something that contained sake. Is there anything in the court record that hints at something like that?
So I'm assuming... Just looking at the guide so we can just get through this. I need to get to bed at some point. Wow, that's not how I thought they were going to do that. Okay. I'm glad I read it, because that's not how I thought this was going to go down. It's like the same thing. We are pointing at those buns being camel, so I was right about that. But it was just how to do it that I was wrong about. So what we're going to do... So on this same end, the sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. There's another piece of evidence that we have that actually shows the branding on it, and I just didn't really realize it. And it's this, because it's on a scrap piece of paper. And that scrap paper, oh sorry, I forgot to flip it to the other screen. So it's this, it's the Taifu's note. It's got the camel on it. And that comes from this, which is where the bun comes from that he ate. And then that's the same branding as the sake. Alcoholic buns much? Hmm? Are your buns alcoholic? Save a little safety save. Have soba filled. Yeah, they will be soba filled now. I actually do kind of want some noodles now.
This shows what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness.
That note? Are you feeling lightheaded, child? Or perhaps a bit peckish?
I'm not hungry, and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it?
What exactly is your point, Defense?
This faint design here reminds me of a paper from...
Yep, it's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Wendy, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bun, right? Didn't you?
Well, yes, that's right. Were the buns cooked? Doesn't alcohol cook off? You know, I don't know. I guess that's a good point. It depends on how it was infused with it. Because not all alcohol, like, food products are, like, it's cooked out of, right? Because they do make alcoholic chocolate and stuff. So, they could have been maybe... the jam part of it maybe had alcohol added into it and it's like intended to be alcoholic, you know what I mean? I don't know if you guys have seen those, but they do have like, I know when I was younger, my parents ended up getting gifted like a box of chocolates, but every single chocolate was shaped like an alcohol bottle and they were all alcoholic chocolates. So we must be trying to say it's one of those situations, right? Like they didn't heat whatever part, like whatever element of the bun, I'm assuming, you know, for the sake of the story. We can make it work.
I don't know if you were aware of it or not, Uendo, but I believe the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious.
The bean bun? And how?
Because those buns contained a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that.
A punchy secret ingredient?
Yes. The design of the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room.
It does?
The design on this object matches that of the manju box's wrapping paper.
It's gotta be this right here. The camel pattern is the same as the one for the camel brand sake. So, just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se.
But he did eat some.
Impossible.
What's the matter? Loki, you okay, buddy?
Uendo had a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients.
So the defense is claiming that the Uendo that Uendo passed out after consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed the fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I'm claiming.
But there's one thing that bothers me. When the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed.
Oh, there you go. That's funny. Look at that, Crispy. They actually mention it and everything. Hell yeah. I guess, yeah, because they're steamed. There you go. That would be suspicious.
In order to give them a stronger flavor,
Some manju are especially made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. Well, and there's the answer. I'm glad that they at least address that. I feel like usually they just like gloss over details like that, but at least they tried to like say like, okay, we get that you're gonna say that, but what kind of lightweight do you think I am? The one that you just told us about? Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple manju.
And how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Should we get shwasted up in here?
Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test. As long as I get a shot of that.
Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel manju on the double. And don't forget to give me one too, okay?
Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, will you get one for me as well?
I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. Is the bird just gonna have it? That'd be so funny if his bird just brought manju. And just this once, I'll acquiesce, Taka. I'm counting on you. I should have said that wrong. But just this once, I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. There we go. That's better. I might test this out for research purposes, for science. And all of you had better pay me back. Venmo me or whatever.
Aw, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackwell. What a shame. Now then, let us adjourn until the manju arrive by Carrier Hawk.
Carrier Hawk.
Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns, with delicious cakes, or buns, or whatever.
WhatsApp me. There you go. And that's the to be continued, huh? Okay, that's a weird spot to be continued. I would not have expected that, but okay. I'll accept that. Save it a game. Yep. Alright, then we'll do our little saver over here. And then I need to go make myself some soba noodles. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have any buckwheat flour, and I'm not going to do that anyways, but, yeah, you know, for the theme. Thank you for the cheer, Togepi. I appreciate that. And, yeah, thanks, everybody, for hanging out with me today and playing some Ace Attorney with me. Always appreciate that you guys are here. For my next stream, Monday, I should be back with some more Sherlock Holmes, and then we'll be back around on Wednesday for more of this. So that's what we got going on. I might throw another stream in there sometimes, who knows. But yeah, those are the ones that I'm gonna go ahead and say are gonna happen. Hopefully, guys, if you guys haven't seen it, on Mondays I've been playing Sherlock Holmes, and it's a pretty good game. I'm getting more and more into it every week, so feel free to come hang out with that. I myself want somen noodles. Somen? Like soba ramen? Somen? Is that what it is? Right on. Well, you guys have a good night. Thanks again for hanging out with me. I think there's just a couple of us here, so I think we can go ahead and skip over the raid, but you know I appreciate you guys being here. So have a wonderful night, and a wonderful day, and a wonderful week, and we'll see you hopefully back around on Monday for some Sherlock Holmes. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Thin noodles used in soups and salads. I guess I should look those up. That sounds like it'd be pretty good. All right, night, everybody. See you, Crispy. Thanks for coming by. See you, Togepi. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. Anybody else?